Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues and guests, dear students, welcome to the session Parallel B, Interpreting Heritage, Education, Inclusion, and Visitor Experience. I'm Ina Kodobanagu, and I will be chairing the session. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. We will attend three interesting joint presentations. We start with Ms. Vasiliki Drosou. The paper is co-authored by Agnes Papadopoulou. The title, Integrating Cultural Narratives and Predictive Thinking in Adult Education, a Framework and Instructional Design. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very glad to be here with you. My name is Vasiliki Drosou, and I'm PhD researcher. My professor supervisor is Papadopoulou Agnes. And today I will represent you research about integrating cultural narratives and predictive thinking in adult education, framework, and instructional design. To introduction, this paper presents a cultural education project combining adult education with cultural storytelling, local identity, and the use of digital tools. The central aim of the approach was to present the city not only as a tourist destination, but is a cultural ecosystem of memory, experience, and creative participation. Within this framework, the trainees worked with landmarks, cultural symbols, and narrative routes, transforming them into digital and promotional content. Let's imagine Corfu as a fabric where Venetian, British, and France and Greek culture bonds on tightly interweaving. This is the culture of Corfu, and that we'll talk about. The context of the study was grounded in the power of storytelling as a social and cultural practice. Storytelling functioned not only as a means of expressions, but also as a way of connecting adult learners with place, landmarks, and its cultural meanings. Let's talk about the profile of the trainees. We have a project that was developed within the framework of seminars attended by 100 adult learners. There are not only local persons, but there on somebody moved to Corfu from another region for work, and especially to develop their skills. That's why they want to know about this island and the Corfu's treasure culture. So the main part is to connect these two projects, the development of their work and also the cultural of Corfu. The purpose is to update their skills and to provide the awareness and local identity of Corfu Island. The training program was designed so that the development of professional skills will not be disconnected from the local context and culture. Adult learners become familiar with these digital tools. They weren't, so this is the purpose again. And also the professional development, while at the same time they're being encouraged them to use them and highlight culture element of Corfu. That's some tools that we learned about on these seminars. Maybe it seems very simple, the Pinterest and the Canva, but it's not for them. They're not familiar with that tools. So we learn how to how to create a picture with context and also with a collage. After then, we have the web node. It's a website that we built it. We built 4 websites, and there are also familiar with that. And we have also the RC tool. It's a story map telling that we put some points on the map and also update it with a local history. So some techniques that we use, we have the affiliate marketing. It's a topic of the seminars, and they learn how to be affiliate marketers in this main website. We have the main website with Corfu bonds of weaving bonds in Corfu, excuse me. And we have 3 websites, the Olivea and Olivea Spa. The third one, as you can see, it's a graphic topic. We have Graphistas topic, and the main part is kumquat. So such landmarks, the olive oil tree and kumquat participants work not only to create functional website, but also to produce digital narratives that could support a cultural sensitive form of promoting the area. The methodological approach, design-based research, DPR, this choice allowed for the integration of theory and practice through a process of design, observation, and reflection within a real educational context. We have the project that involved not only the teaching of digital tools, but also the shaping of the culturally oriented learning environment in which learners produce plays based on digital context. We have 3 steps on this project. The first one is to conduce the participants who could approach the landmarks and not just the geographical points of reference. The second one is to photographic recording and narrative composition. And the third step is to observe the observation of the site that the final presentation will not treated as separate activities, but as interconnected levels of cultural and educational process. That's the story map telling tool. It's RC, as we said. This story map serves as the central tool for the project, offering a dynamic environment which was used for mapped storytelling and multimodal composition. That's the main part of RC story map. I know it's a little bit small, the QR code, but you can scan it and you can see all the topic. After the presentation, I can give it to you to scan it if you want. It's my pleasure for that. We have also 3 topics on them and three points on the map, as you can see, and the story of the point and how it connect each other. From the educational process, this process was not limited to the production of individual experience, but ended in the creation of a small network of websites with a shared narrative and aesthetic orientation. In this way, the training produced a result that integrates skills in web design, visual communication, and cultural interpretation. This is the main part of the main website. This is the main website, and we have 3 affiliate marketers in them. This site, the title was not chosen at random, as it reflects the idea of connection between people, place, memory, and cultural experience. That's why it's a woven cultural bond in Corfu. That's the second page. We have also some pictures with the same topic. Create an environment in which Corfu's landmarks, Corfu cultural symbols, and the practice of contemporary digital communication were woven in an unfilled narrative. In the same page, we have 3 topics with different places with history and of Corfus Island. There are 3 places, Achilleon, Asian Museum, and Mon Repos. This part is cultural narrative of these points. So this approach is directly linked on the theoretical framework of the study, according to which the city of Corfu is understood not just as a destination, but as a cultural ecosystem. The landmarks are integrated into a process of cultural interpretation that highlights their experience, the historical and the symbolic character at the same time. That's the second website shop. We have olive oil products based on olive oil. And that's the second page with products. We have the main page. We have about us and all the facilities that they have a website. That's the third one. The third one is an affiliate marketer also. It's a graphic design team that the invitations for the ceremonies, and the base topic is the kumquat. The kumquat functioned as a point of connection between local identity, the color and aesthetic organization of the material, and the production of visual communication with cultural references. The individual websites were not designed as a standalone, isolated digital products, but as a part of a broader collaborate framework. Adult learners worked in practical areas such as web design, visual editing, and digital content integration. This gave the project a dual value. On the one hand, it functioned as a professional learning environment, and on another, as a cultural act of promoting the place. The workshops functioned not only as a spaces of learning, but also as a space of cultural creation. And the place was no longer present as something external and fixed, the landmarks. So within this framework, the olive tree can be understood as a symbol of stability and long term, while the kumquat presents adaptation and the integration of new influences. The art invites learners to understand possible futures. Predictive thinking becomes a way of reading culture. And the main conclusion is the study was showed that storytelling, when combined with adult education and cultural reading on place, can function as a powerful tool for learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ms. Rosru. Also, you kept the time.
Thank you so much.
Now we can forward to the questions. Do you have any questions?
Yes, please.
Congratulations, first of all, it was a great project. I want to ask, you came in touch with all these adult learners that went through the process. What were their opinion on the whole process, and did you get some quotes from them, or how did they feel about post-educational apartment?
We're very happy for that learning and for that adult learning, and they didn't have in touch with this project again, so it's something new for them, and they were very happy to learn about Corfu because they are not from Corfu, all of them. So they are not local people only. So this is the success of the project, I think, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes,
Professor
please.
Yarenis.
Congratulations, it's very interesting. Sorry, I must have missed the first 2 or 3 minutes of your presentation, so perhaps you have already covered what I'll ask now. I was wondering how do you face in this project the challenges of what being regarded as something traditional in Corfu. Well, it is an innovation of the 19th century. This is the first question. If there was any feedback on that. How do you deal with Merlin personality in this project? He is the person who wrote Kumbatia. How do you deal? He was an adult when he wrote Kumbat here, and not only Kumbat. How do adults? How can adults take advantage of this personality? How in your project do they deal with this personality? Thank you.
They thought that somebody are not locals, as I said, so they thought that is as a kumquat their stories, so they came from other places here. So that's the mission to have similarities with them. So that's the point. That's why we choose kumquat.
But does the intermediary exist in your project? Because we have an intermediary with just one personality.
Not.
It is quite strange. I mean, it is not a state, it is not a region, it's not a municipality, it is one person who thought that. I think it's interesting for the evolution of the project as an adult legacy to adults.
Yeah, that's their story, so they want to produce this one for Kumquat, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The questions.
Thank you, too.
We can move to the other presentation, and it will be delivered online.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, next presentation. Ms. Androniki Koutsikou, Andreas Kanavos, and Nikos Adonopoulos. Yes.
Can I share my...
Yes, and you are Androniki Koutsikou?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome. Gamified media literacy as an innovation for resilient tourism, futures educating young learners to detect tourism related false news. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, now, okay. Yes, it's fine. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here with you. I'm Androniki Koutsikou. I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Digital Media and Communication. I'm here to present our research titled Gamified Media Literacy as an Innovation for Resilience Tourism Futures, educating younger learners to detect tourism-related fake news. My co-authors are Andreas Kanavos from Department of Informatics and Nikos Adonopoulos for Department of Tourism. Let's start with the digital transformation that has radically reshaped how travel information is produced and consumed. Today's travelers have unprecedented access to global content, enabling faster and more informed decision-making. Online environments characterized by rapid and often uncontrolled dissemination have become fertile ground for misinformation. Travelers are increasingly exposed to misleading or deceptive information in digital environments. Artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, is intensifying the spread and impact of misinformation. AI can produce highly realistic images, videos, narratives that are difficult to distinguish from authentic content. AI-generated content can trigger skepticism, negatively influencing consumer attitudes and travel intentions. In crisis, such as natural disasters or geopolitical conflicts, AI-driven misinformation can further distort perceptions of safety and destination attractiveness. The educational need, the tourism and hospitality sectors are especially vulnerable as they depend heavily on trustworthy information. Tourism education has primarily focused on critical thinking for advanced learners, neglecting younger audiences. Misinformation is increasingly spreading through visual platforms and private messaging application. There is an urgent need for innovative educational approaches that promote critical digital literacy and empower young learners to become resilient and responsible digital citizens. Our research have three pillars. A systematic literature research was conducted using the Scopus database. We used institutional credentials. The results were limited to the 2024 to 2026 period to capture the most current trends in digital media and tourism technology. The three pillars were visual deception, information integrity, and fraudulent practices. The first is examination of manipulated imagery, deepfakes, and deceptive visual marketing. We search with keywords like tourism, travel, or hospitality, and AI-generated or synthetic media or deepfake. We search only peer-reviewed articles in English, limited to 2024 till present day to ensure the inclusion of the latest advancements in synthetic media and digital deception. The search query yielded 72 results related to AI-generated images and visual deception in tourism. The initial results were screened based on their relevance to consumer behavior and digital integrity, refining the selection to 18 potentially relevant articles. A total of 9 studies were selected for inclusion in the final review. Some results were that AI-generated and manipulated visuals can simulate high realism, but often lack of authenticity, creating a gap between persuasion and trust. At the same time, enhanced and personalized visuals increase emotional engagement and immersion. Users struggle to distinguish real from manipulated content, increasing the risk of uncritical acceptance. And in a sensitive context, misleading content can raise anxiety and negatively affect destination perception. A systematic literature search was conducted for the second category. This category was information integrity, focus on deceptive artificial word of mouth, biased reviews, and the impact of automated content on consumer trust. We searched with keywords like tourism, travel, or hospitality, and AI-generated reviews, synthetic reviews, and or artificial word of mouth. We searched peer-reviewed articles only in English and limited to the 3 past years. In our initial search, we found 16 records identified on textual integrity and deceptive reviews. After screening, we had 12 articles focused on review authenticity and trust. And at the end, we have only 8 studies included in the final synthesis. Some of the results are tourists prefer human reviews. AI-generated summaries tend to be overly positive, leading to unrealistic expectation and lower satisfaction. Decision-making is shifting from user-generated content to AI-driven recommendations, reducing transparency. Algorithmic bias and low transparency create new trust challenges in tourism platforms. At the third pillar of our research, we focused on fraudulent practices, meaning analysis of systematic scams, social media deception, and industrialized fraud mechanisms. We searched with keywords like travel, tourism, or hospitality, and scam, fraud, deception, fake promotion, fake giveaway. We searched only peer-reviewed articles in English, and the time frame was the same. We had 67 peer-reviewed articles. We had search within results with some keywords like social media, phishing, giveaway, contest, influencer. At the end, we result at 9 core articles included in the final synthesis. Some of the results, tourism scams are becoming systematic and digital. Tourists are easily influenced by emotions and attractive offers. Social media increases the credibility and spread of scams, and fraud reduces trust and damages destination image. In the discussion, we observe a growing gap between persuasion and trust. Content is designed to be appealing, but its authenticity is often compromised. Second, deceptive elements like visuals, texts, or scams collectively influence the psychological and emotional state of travelers, ultimately driving their decision-making. Third, there is a clear detection struggle that most users cannot reliably identify manipulation, which significantly increases the risk of systematic exposure to misinformation. At the end, true resilience in the tourism sector may depend on empowering users through educational innovations like gamified media literacy, rather than relying on technological restrictions. And in conclusion, we can say that while critical thinking is discussed in higher education, there is a substantial lack of research focusing on how to educate younger audiences about tourism-related fake news. Ultimately, finally, long-term resilience in tourism is not just about identifying deception. It is about empowering the next generation with the literacy tools they need to navigate the digital world with integrity. Thank you for your attention. I will stop the screen sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Koutsikou, for your presentation. Does anyone has questions? Well, Okay, I would like to ask you, this is oriented to primary school or also this framework or also to high school?
I think this is for primary school. I'm a teacher in primary school, and that's why is my target group for this research.
Good, this is interesting. Also, this framework is oriented to tourists. Is something that a teacher can use in a foreign school, something like that? What do you think about that? Or also or only for the local communities?
No, I think gamified media literacy is an approval methodological tool that we can use in school or in educational frame to empower children, young students, because they use a lot of social media, internet, and I think they have to know they can learn about all of these dangers out there, particularly in tourism section. And
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are moving to next presentation. That will be the last. Στέφανος Παπαδόπουλος, Πολυξένη Καϊμάρα, Βαρβάρα Γαρνέλη, and Konstantinos Voglis. And the title of the paper, When Educational Accessibility Becomes Tourism's Innovation, Adapting Inclusive AR Heritage Tools for Diverse Visitors.
So good morning. I'm going to present a museum kit which has made for primary school students. This is the main cause of this museum kit, and we're going to propose it as a tourism innovation here. So this presentation explores the intersection between inclusive education and tourism innovation, focusing on how accessibility-oriented design can transform cultural heritage experiences. It draws on a case study from Corfu, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and examines how an augmented reality museum kit, originally designed for bilingual students with learning difficulties, can be adapted to serve a diverse tourist population. The core argument is that accessibility should not be treated merely as a compliance requirement, but as a catalyst for innovation, enhancing both user experience and destination competitiveness. Yes? No, it's the first. Okay, so thank you.
Okay,
Which should
thank
I
you.
press to go forward? Okay. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Traditional heritage interpretation methods often rely on static, text-heavy formats that fail to engage diverse audiences, particularly those with cognitive or linguistic differences. At the same time, contemporary tourists increasingly seek interactive and immersive experiences. This study responds to both challenges by proposing Musar Code, our museum kit, an inclusive AR-based museum kit, which is based on similar museum kit called Discord. The research demonstrates its educational effectiveness and proposes a conceptual framework for transferring its principles into tourism contexts. Access to cultural heritage is recognized as a fundamental right closely linked to participation in cultural life. However, many heritage environments remain exclusionary in practice. This study positions accessibility not only as an ethical imperative, but also as a strategic opportunity. By integrating inclusive design principles into tourism experiences, destinations can enhance engagement, broaden their audiences, and contribute to sustainable development goals. The first research question focuses on evaluating the tool within its original educational context, examining learning outcomes, engagement, and inclusivity. The second question extends beyond empirical findings, exploring how the same design principles can be translated into tourism environments. This dual focus allows the study to bridge theory and practice across disciplines. The activities of Musar Code included the exploration of cultural sites, problem solving, participation in narrative scenarios, and interaction with digital content, thereby fostering collaborative learning and active engagement. The study employs a design-based research methodology, which is particularly suited for developing and testing innovative interventions in real-world contexts. The mixed methods approach combines quantitative and qualitative data, allowing for a comprehensive evaluation of both learning outcomes and user experiences. The quasi-experimental design ensures ecological validity while enabling comparative analysis. The participant group was intentionally diverse, including students with varying linguistic and cognitive profiles. This diversity allowed the researchers to assess the inclusiveness of the intervention. A collaborative group work further supported peer learning and social interaction, which are key components of both educational and tourism experiences. About the results, we found a statistically significant improvement in knowledge. Importantly, there were no differences between students with and without learning difficulties. This indicates inclusive effectiveness. While quantitative language differences were not significant, qualitative data showed increased confidence and willingness to participate. Students became more comfortable using language, collaborated effectively across groups. Those with learning difficulties initially hesitated, but later engaged actively. This highlights the importance of emotional design. The key takeaway from these findings is that the intervention does not operate only at a cognitive level. It creates a holistic experience that integrates learning, intersection, and emotional engagement. This is particularly important when we move beyond education and start thinking about tourism, where experience design is central. In other words, we are not just designing learning tools, we are designing experiences. Based on the findings, we can now directly answer our research questions. For research question 1, the results clearly demonstrate that Museum Kit, Musar Code, is both effective and inclusive as it supports learning, engagement, and participation across different learner profiles. For research question 2, the design characteristics of the tool, including augmented reality, storytelling, and gamification, appear to be transferable to tourism contexts. This is a crucial point as it moves the contribution of the study beyond education. So this brings us to the core conceptual shift of the study. Accessibility is often seen as a constraint or a requirement. However, our findings suggest that it can act as a driver of innovation. By designing for diverse users, we actually improve the experience for all users. This is a powerful idea, especially in the context of tourism. In practical terms, the tool can be adapted into several types of tourism applications. For example, it can support interactive heritage trails where visitors engage with content through AR-based storytelling. You can see the photo. There is a QR code which students scan and they can play the game. It can also function as an inclusive interpretation system accessible to visitors with different cognitive, linguistic, or cultural backgrounds. Additionally, it is particularly suitable for family tourism and educational tourism, where diverse audiences interact within the same experience. The key is that the experience becomes particularly rather participatory, rather than passive. Here I have two photos. On the left, there are the miniatures which students earn when they answer correctly the questions. These are 6 monuments placed from Corfu. And on the right hand, we can see 6 tokens from the 6 same places that students earn when they have the place. Corfu Town provides an ideal case for this type of application. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site with complex historical layers and multicultural influences. While this richness is valuable, it can also create cognitive overload for visitors. AR-based storytelling can help structure and simplify this complexity, making heritage more accessible and engaging. In this sense, technology becomes a mediator of understanding. The implications of this study are both theoretical and practical. From a theoretical perspective, it demonstrates the connection between inclusive education, digital heritage, and tourism experience design. From a practical perspective, it suggests that accessibility-oriented tools can enhance visitor experiences and support the digital transformation of destinations. This aligns with broader tourism strategies that emphasize innovation, inclusion, and experiential engagement. To conclude, the study shows that tools developed for educational accessibility can be successfully reinterpreted as tourism innovation tools. The combination of augmented reality, storytelling, museum kit, and gamification creates inclusive and engaging experiences that benefit a wide range of users. Ultimately, this approach supports a shift toward more inclusive, participatory, and experience-driven models of cultural tourism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Papadopoulos. Does anyone has questions? Please.
Thanks very much for a very interesting paper, and I wish you well in your
Thank
work. How do you propose to scale this up, if I can put it that way, when you're applying it to tourist innovation, as you put it?
How I'm going to...
How can you make it bigger? How can you get to more people, as it were, as that?
We can use some artifacts from the museum kit. For example, it can be a museum kit that some visitors, tourists can borrow, play with that, and explore Corfu Old Town. That's the shift from education to tourism. Of course, there are many ideas about family education, when we have students that visit our island to learn about it. And of course, I am a primary school teacher and I want to help bilingual students with learning difficulties. we can use that to offer better tourism applications for our visitors.
Anyone else? I would like to ask you something. Congratulations. It's very
Thank you very
interesting.
much.
And the bilingual also, it's a very interesting point. I would like to ask what kind of difficulties, educational difficulties, have the children's, the 10 that you...
There were two groups, 10 bilingual and 10 bilingual with learning difficulties, general and specific. It was very hard to find so many students. I had to ask many of my colleagues to find the students from special education and difficulties. There were only the dyslexia, and from general, it's a wide range. Can be about language impairment, maybe low profile IQ, and something like that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Of course, Professor Yurilopoulou.
Very difficult. Yes, I had to ask written permission from the parents. I found 20. I had to inform about the whole process. They have the right to stop whenever they want. Yes. After I made a pre-test to find the knowledge of the students, and post-test, and after the game, I talked with the parents to make triangulation of the facts. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think now we are at the end of this session. Thank you.
turn.
Okay. Here we are. Welcome, everyone. We'll start in a moment. Just give us some time to sort out the technology. Here we are. Okay, this session here is about integrating nature, culture, and policy, pathways to resilient tourism futures. Certainly something which is personally very close to my heart. I'm Michael Heinrich from the London School of Pharmacy at UCL, and my research is mostly on medicinal plants. So I'm learning a lot from Ian and others today. And with this, over to you for your presentation, Ian Thornhill and colleagues from Manchester.
Thank you, Michael. It's good. Just briefly,
I think you need to be closer.
I need to be sat down there. Yeah. All right. So for those online, just dealing with a small technical. Okay. Good afternoon, folks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. There's already been some really good discussions, especially just over coffee just now. So my mind is partly working there too. But what I want to present to you today is a little bit of work that I did with a couple of colleagues of mine at the University of Manchester, Anna Gilchrist on the right there, not surprisingly, and Joe Glentworth on the left. And this is a British Academy paper that we wrote just last year, which is called Recovering What? Reversing Shifting Baseline Syndrome to Enable Nature Recovery in UK National Parks. That's what I'm basing this talk on and the research around that. I'm also, just to mention here, because of my role with a function at the University of Manchester called Sustainable Futures, which is essentially a networking platform to try to link people up who have like-minded interests, both internally to the uni and outside. Okay, with that all said, what I'm going to talk through is briefly some of the background to this as a factor, as to shifting baseline syndrome, which comes from a whole body of research that's been recently synthesized by the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. If you're not familiar with IPBES, I'm going to briefly, slightly depressingly, talk about the UK and our national parks. Then I'll introduce shifting baseline syndrome slightly more directly, how wild spaces can help to mitigate that syndrome amongst a suite of other methods, and maybe some suggestions. But I come at this from very much my own perspective, which is about nature recovery. And clearly there are other interests alongside nature, both synergistic as well as antagonistic with nature recovery. But it's, fundamentally well summed up by Aldo Leopold, 1989, that we grieve only for what we know. And I think what I'm talking about here is the degradation of knowledge over time, leading to a sort of general apathy toward nature and nature recovery. That's where I'm going. Bit of background, we know there's global biodiversity loss. Don't want to go down that negative rabbit hole, but it's there. And there was some influential research from Leclerc and colleagues in 2020 that suggested about how we might bend the curve on biodiversity loss. That conservation alone, chipping away at the edges, dealing with small issues is not enough anymore. And particularly when I think about the UK scenario, we're now in a place of nature recovery rather than conservation. And in order to recover nature, we need to be more transformative, more ambitious in what we try to do. In this particular paper, they point to food systems as one of the critical levers, and there are others, but I think that's fairly intuitive, and that we need an integrated global strategy to bend the curve. What exactly that looks like is point for discussion, I think. So ideally, with greater collaboration and integrated strategies, maybe there's a way to bend the curve. What this points towards is sort of good background to one of the IPBES recent publications on transformational change. I'm a big fan of, a bit of a fanboy of IPBES and all that they do. They recently had their business and biodiversity assessment in Manchester, which I was fortunate enough to go along to. And what their focus is on, ultimately with the goal of recovering nature and conserving nature, is transformational change and heading towards the most upstream drivers of biodiversity loss. And just as I've pointed out there, it's no longer about, I mean, it is, but it's more trying to find solutions that are at key leverage points to avoid issues that are maybe further downstream that we witness in terms of pollution and biodiversity loss in the environment. Essentially, the transformational component is focusing on underlying causes of biodiversity loss, and that's in the human domain. So people like me, I'm a quantitative ecologist. I did my PhD in ponds around Birmingham. I need to step out of my comfort zone of community ecology and think about solutions that maybe not only think about wetlands, but also the human contribution to their degradation. So they point to a number of underlying causes. If you can't read them, I'll just read them out. The disconnection from and domination of nature, over nature by people. The concentration and very much uneven concentration of power and wealth, and that came up over coffee just shortly ago. And the prioritization of short-term individual and material gains. So the tragedy of the commons is essentially reiterating that as an issue. These are systemic issues, and we shouldn't be only focused on traditional conservation that deals around the edges of these pivotal issues. I think that's all I want to say there. Where shifting baseline syndrome fits into all this is the phrase, at least, was coined by Daniel Corley, and it was in association with fisheries management, the idea that we're gradually fishing down the food chain, and in relation to species such as cod and things like that, that were, until maybe some recent increases, were not available. And so the catch started to go from the upper trophic levels, gradually lower and lower trophic levels for in aquaculture and fisheries management. As that occurs over time on the x-axis here, it means that every new generation that entered into, in this case, fisheries, but you can transpose this easily to biodiversity decline, accepts a degraded system as normal, meaning that the intent behind recovering to a baseline is lessened just by virtue of people having a different reference point over time that is more degraded than previous generations. Yeah, so each generation accepts a more degraded ecosystem as normal. Management, i.e. policy, is then based on recent data, and indeed even in the UK, and if I just go back 2 slides here, you know, the baseline here is 1970, and that's no baseline at all, really, for thinking about what might be a natural baseline. There's a whole debate to be had about baselines, what that might look like, but essentially we end up with a system that aims for less, and that the baseline becomes systematized. So just a bit of personal kind of baseline thinking. I remember, I think I remember, and memories change over time, so I'm just acknowledging that. But I think I remember as a child seeing what I thought initially were clouds above trees, and this was displays, essentially mating swarms of flies above taking advantage of the thermals coming off trees and the humidity of trees. I'm pretty sure I remember, this is the classic, needing to clean the windscreen, or my dad at least, cleaning the windscreen of the car. And I have a distinct memory of going to my local country park, walking through a patch of grassland there, and there being clouds of butterflies. And never again did I see that in that same space. This one, yeah, just acknowledging, I've used a bit of that. But in my head, it's not dissimilar. Only the butterflies were more white, not in cabbage, something like that. Anyway. Okay, we all know AI is flawed. So, I mean, these are my reflections, and I remember these, and I'm sad now that I don't see them. Evidence, perhaps, of a shifted baseline beyond my own memory is this. The thought behind this is my sister, actually, because there's a trend in the UK. I'm hoping it's a temporary trend toward gardens that have artificial grass. which is deeply sad. And just an example is my nephew, my sister has artificial grass in the garden. It could be related, it may not be. My nephew, I was in a garden centre with him only a couple of months ago, and he was keen to have a plant, a hanging plant, like a spider plant or something like that. But his preference was to go for a plastic plant. And I asked him why that was, and it was because he was worried about it dying. And I thought, he knew how easy a spider plant was to keep. That wouldn't be an issue, but also that fear and that total disconnect was present. So, UK, where are we at? I mentioned the research was based on national parks. It was an invited paper by the British Academy about national parks. We have national parks that are critical to our sort of a big part of our ecotourism and / tourism in the UK. We have 15 national parks, 14 national landscapes, previously areas of outstanding natural beauty. They contribute significantly to those economies and to the national economy for reasons not dissimilar to what we've heard out here. Over 90 million visitors, many of them using private cars, but yeah, they're activities that everyone would like to do everywhere. The only uplift here is that there is a shift and a recognition toward regenerative tourism. Essentially, what I'm saying here is that these are important sites and a place where people go to restore themselves. I'll come back to that in a moment. The UK, Greece don't get like the UK is my message here. We're in a fairly sorry situation. We have a biodiversity intactness that is 42%, so 42% of what could naturally be there. That does rank us in the lower percentiles. There's data ranking you could do, but essentially it's not a good situation. This is all from the UK State of Nature report, so pretty reputable. Average of 32% decline in species, so 1/3 of species are declining. Distributions of species are decreasing, and indeed this is botanical knowledge as well. So often these figures are about birds, but I think that to look at the botany is perhaps a bit more indicative of the situation. Same with invertebrates. But on a positive note, we have some rewilding activities, which are not exempt from controversy, but are a positive. Where national parks come in is that they are the counter to a heavily urbanized population. Stats can differ, but okay, basically most of our population are in what are qualified as urban areas. And these national parks were set up and the wording around them amended in the 90s to give those urbanized populations access to wildlife and scenic beauty, and more recently to conserve and enhance wildlife. They have a function, therefore, not only to preserve cultural landscapes, which is one of the main reasons why they're set up, but to conserve and enhance, critically enhance wildlife. But they aren't functioning as those biodiversity strongholds for a number of reasons, and only 6% of the land within them is managed effectively for nature, depending on, there's lots of conversations to be had, but they should provide a critical function. They're where a lot of people go, but people are visiting them and receiving a degraded landscape. Whether they perceive that or not is a whole other conversation. What it leads to are two factors that ultimately lead to a shifting baseline syndrome. So national parks have a part to play in this, but just in general, now thinking outside of the UK context, there are two factors that are critical to contributing to or indeed mitigating shifting baseline syndrome. One is the extinction of experience. So it says it there, but essentially it's an individual's lack of experience in a bioculturally diverse setting as our nature gets simplified. And because of that, the knowledge about human-derived benefits are reduced. there becomes an apathy towards nature positive policy because there isn't that connection to nature. And interestingly, there's also this negative feedback loop. If you don't have experience in nature, you are less likely to support, for example, reintroductions of nature. We see that in the UK because gone from our cultural memory is the presence of things like lynx or indeed beaver. So the path back is convoluted and long. So there's a negative feedback loop that as people do not have experiences of nature, they're less likely and more likely to reject reintroductions of nature into their local neighborhoods. So again, this is an old concept, not new, from Pyle in 1978 in relation to horticulture as it happens. The second factor, I would say extinction experience is the primary. The secondary factor is that each generation sees the nature of the youth as a norm because there isn't the mechanisms or the need necessarily, or indeed the knowledge to pass on to the next generation. So as a new generation comes along, there's another disconnect between generations, which reduces cultural memory, reduces local ecological knowledge, or indeed indigenous, depending on where you are in your parlance, choice of parlance, which further degrades people's baselines. Okay. So those two factors are self-reinforcing, and they lead collectively towards these shifting baselines, which is then adopted into institutional settings. So very briefly, we also introduce in the paper the idea of institutional shifted baseline, and that's effectively just, it represents both the policymakers' shifted baseline, but also the public apathy towards something more ambitious. So you end up with policies that are aiming for a baseline that is degraded. So less ambitious restoration targets, warped understanding of species functions in the environment, something that might be considered rare may not actually naturally be rare, it's just been forced into that situation, for example. So we have a constraint on our imagination of what a nature positive future might look like. All of this is a long way around to say wild spaces are one of the low-hanging fruit, the kind of main opportunities we currently have to shift perceptions within a generation. I quickly did a photo upload from the boat trip yesterday. You know, we have some wild spaces near us here. I have a privilege every year to go out to Portugal with our undergraduate students to essentially an abandoned area of the Douro Valley in Portugal that is now passively rewilding, you could call it that. But both are still wild or wildish spaces. This is an opportunity if people are aware of them and have the opportunity to go to them. It's certainly for me, and I think our students, when we go here, you go there and you come back to the UK and okay, the biomes of the habitats might not be directly comparable, but you certainly see species in Portugal that ought to be in the UK. So this shifts my, and hopefully more so the students' understanding of what could be possible. So this is my sort of thesis for this talk, I suppose, is we have a situation a bit like this now. I'm starting at a baseline of 2025 just because the math is easier. And subsequent generations are receiving a degraded baseline. That's the green dots there, meaning, and there's a bit of a spoiler here, but my PowerPoint powers are not quite good enough. So meaning that the advocacy for nature positive policy is also reducing at the same time. If we can realize a situation where people have local access to perhaps wilder green spaces, we can nudge that baseline up a little bit over generations. So the second generation coming in may have a slightly better baseline to refer to. If we can improve intergenerational knowledge transfer, we could nudge that up a little further as well. But this is where wild spaces come in. It's the only opportunity here to do something within a generation if we can get people to visit such places and have them available to them. So these purple arrows are the kind of wild spaces interventions, if you like, which could nudge the whole thing up potentially. And there's also knowledge to be learned on how we do this over subsequent generations. Now, one of the key things is it's not going to be a rapid change to do anything about this. We are thinking multiple generations. I'd extend this much further. So our job in the current generation is to see some nudging. We probably aren't going to see full-scale solutions in our generation, but we can definitely contribute to the gradual reparation of people's personal baselines. And hopefully then, sometime after us, have a legacy where we might see better public support for nature positive policy, where we can then see after that probably a recovery of nature on a more holistic scale. So some suggestions to finish up, and these are covered in more detail predominantly in the paper. One suggestion we had here, and it again reflects some of the conversations over lunchtime, is we suggested establishing nature libraries, a new function for libraries around the UK. But you could transpose that to being nature hubs, or hubs that have nature within them as potential conduits to connecting people. This particularly focuses on urban areas, but we need to, that's where people are, right? So that's where we need to start the conversation. Find ways that are effective at transferring knowledge between generations. Local ecological knowledge would have historically been within the family, but increasingly it's not needed with, I'm sure some people can argue for that, but you don't need local ecological knowledge to go to the local co-op. So an obvious place to try to put that in is in school curriculum. We have the natural history GCSE in the UK, but that doesn't go far enough. Identify what is an ambitious target for nature recovery and targets. Increase ecological function and intactness, that goes without saying, that's traditional conservation, perhaps. Find ways to trial innovative approaches to kickstart and rapidly improve nature recovery. And I think out of this conference, this last point is the most important, is find things that bind us in different disciplinary areas, whether that be cultural, ecological, touristic, economic, whatever. Find those situations where there are win-win situations. Easy thing to say, hard thing to find, but not have necessarily a disciplinary-led approach to this, but something that is actually truly integrated, and we move ourselves out of our silos. And that's that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. I personally found it absolutely fascinating and close to my heart and thinking in many ways. I'm looking forward to reading your 25 paper. Questions? Yeah.
Thank you. That was really cool. My question is, you mentioned food systems will have a major impact on changing the curve. What would be the best next steps for a food system, and also your ideal food system?
Best next steps for a food system would go to someone who knows better agricultural systems than me. But I think we need to, but my opinion on it is a move towards regenerative agricultural systems. Fundamentally, what exactly that looks like, it's easy. Again, agroecology is and regenerative farming is a massive, broad definition. Everything from organic farming through to agroforestry, but we need to find more sympathetic ways of farming and still producing a commercially viable yield. And I think there is a dietary shift that's needed, but that feels cliche to say it. It's not veganism. For me, it's not vegetarianism, but it is a more measured diet that recognizes where the impacts are coming from with the food on your plate.
Yeah. We need to be brief. Sorry.
Yes. I would like to ask about the previous thing that you said, whether these agricultures when we don't have the proper plants, the proper seeds, we have hybrids. What about that?
I will give a very brief answer because I'm not qualified for that. But local produce, local provenance, and that goes for the seed stock as well. But that's my uninformed opinion, and I would defer you to not to AI, but to other peer-reviewed literature.
Think we better move on, and thank you again. Just two very brief comments from me. One, don't forget the cities. There's a lot happening in city spaces, and I think there's a lot that needs to be done. And the other one, as an anthropologist, don't forget language. Because I think I can see that the way your AI-generated picture is a very good example how we are losing an understanding of the naming. There's obviously the famous argument that with every language that disappears, a whole knowledge system disappears because we can no longer name it, and you indirectly refer to it. But there's a generational shift now in what we can express and what we can't express. Just some ideas. Anyway, moving on. Thank you very much again. Our next talk is ethical driven UX in online travel agencies. Not that I know what UX is. A pathway towards resilient destinations. Sophia Alexandra Pachumaki and colleagues. Sophia,
Hello.
welcome virtually, and sounds really exciting. I'm sure I'll learn a lot.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is, first of all, I want to make sure you can see my screen. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it fine.
Okay, great. So hello again, my name is Sophia Alexandra Pachumaki, and I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Tourism at the Online University. And it's a pleasure for me to be here with you today and have the opportunity to present to you our research about ethical AI-driven UX in online travel agencies. Actually, it is about a pathway towards resilient destinations. So starting with a short introduction, online travel agencies don't just help us book our trips. They are designed to pressure us into decisions. Through tactics like fake scarcity and countdown timers, they exploit our psychology. Research shows that this backfires. So according to Forrest et al., users exposed to these tactics end up feeling anxious, regretting their bookings, and losing trust in the platform. And when that distrust extends to the destination itself, then the long-term consequences for tourist businesses can be very serious. This study explores whether ethical AI design can be a viable alternative to manipulative practices in OTAs. 3 research questions guide the work. First, identifying which dark patterns exist and their psychological effects on users. Second, examining how AI-driven design can maintain platform effectiveness without manipulation. And third, exploring whether ethical UX can contribute to the long-term resilience of tourism destinations. The study follows a scoping literature review methodology as proposed by Axé and O'Malley, which is well suited for mapping emerging and fragmented research areas. Sources were drawn from Scopus covering the last decade. 3 research queries addressed each of the research questions, and screening followed the PRISMA ICER protocol. From 153 initial records, 30 studies were ultimately retained and organized thematically across the 3 research questions. Turning to our first question, the literature identifies 4 main dark pattern types in OTAs, all of which exploit fast initiative thinking rather than informed decision-making. These patterns are fast discounts, hidden costs, activity identification, and scarcity messages. The effects on users are well documented, from unfairness perception and regret to booking abandonment. Most recently, Lopresti and colleagues identified a group they call the defenseless tourist, users who disengage entirely from online booking after repeated deceptive experiences. To understand why dark patterns work, we need to look at how we make decisions. Kahneman's theory suggests we have two modes of thinking. System 1 is fast and automatic. It reacts instinctively without conscious effort. And System 2, it is slower and more analytical. It evaluates, compares, and reasons. Dark patterns are specifically designed to activate System 1 and bypass System 2. So instead of carefully weighing our options, we react to urgency and fear of missing out, even before we have the chance to think. Our second research question asks whether AI can offer a genuine alternative to manipulation. The literature suggests it can, but with an important qualification. Studies point to promising approaches, ethical trust frameworks, smarter recommendation system, and real-time usability feedback. However, Ferdosi and Morade found that the very same technologies, like chatbots, personalization agents, can either build trust or amplify anxiety, depending on how they are designed. So AI is not a solution itself. It is a tool, and its ethical value depends entirely on the principles behind the implementation. Our third research question looks at the broader consequences for destinations. No study in our corpus measures this link directly, but the evidence builds a clear chain. Manipulative design undermines trust, which drives users away from platforms entirely. And when that distrust extends to the destination itself, then the bad experience and the consequences go beyond a single lost booking. For smaller destinations that rely heavily on OTAs for visibility, this is particularly significant. A damaged platform reputation can translate directly into reduced tourist arrivals. The evidence points to one clear conclusion. Moving away from manipulative design is not just the right thing to do. It makes strategic sense for platforms and destinations alike. Our review also identified important gaps that future research should address. We lack long-term studies on repeated dark pattern exposure, qualitative insight into how users actually experience these tactics, and serious engagement with the regulatory landscape. The link between ethical UX and destination resilience, in particular, remains theoretical and deserves empirical attention. Ultimately, AI-driven design grounded in transparency and user autonomy is not just an alternative to manipulation. It may be the foundation on which more trustworthy and resilient tourism ecosystems are built. Here we can see some of the key references that we use for this research. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Very interesting and very well in time, so we have time for questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Great work, first of all, Sophia. It was very interesting. What I want to ask is, through the shift to AI use in UX that you've studied in your research, do you see that the power is moving from the developers to more larger AI providers, like the big chatbot providers like OpenAI or like Google, are being used to make the applications themselves, even third-party applications and second-party applications? So do you think that this shift toward one large provider providing the power behind the user interface will help make it more ethical, or do you think it will be on contrast to what we're trying to achieve through ethical user experience?
It is a very good question because it has also to do with the part of profit. So then we have to think about the profit also from the company that is how to adopt these techniques, like the Booking.com and the other OTAs, and the profit of the companies that provide the technology. So this thing has to do with the part of the economic motivations, let's say, I think it will be better if we try to concentrate on the fact that we need some more up-to-date technologies to help user and try to make it more user-friendly and put the person in the center of the design. So I would say it will be better if the company itself, the OTA itself, and their developers try to do the adoption of the new technologies without has to do with another different scopes of other platforms. And also I think that if we don't try to connect these things with different companies together, it's more easy then for regulatory frameworks to also try to apply the right parameters in this situation.
Thank you. Let me come in with one question. I think the big issue behind this is, what is the use of AI in this context actually doing to our behavior collectively on a global level? Because you highlighted that AI-driven manipulation of data. Now, in the short term, I guess there's an economic benefit, otherwise it wouldn't happen. But in the long term, and what you hear now throughout, I can't believe anything anymore. So if we have a collapse in any form of trust, I would be interested in your thoughts, what wider implications this has beyond tourism.
If I understood right, you ask how we can use in the practice, how we can also use, for example, the AI in our daily life in the part of bookings. This is what you mean? How this help us and not make us more make the situation more difficult. So in action, if that is what you ask, in action we can try to, as I said in my presentation, it's all about the principles behind. If we want something to be user-friendly and have the person in the center of the design, we need to understand what the person needs. So when we go to try to book our trips in platforms that has a lot of information at the same time, and when you log in, you have to check everything they want to say to you, and only in the way they want you to understand it. We understand that we have a very big cognitive load. So the person has to understand a lot of information at the same time. Researchers in the UX say that we have the ability to understand 7 things at the same time at maximum. So when the filters are, for example, 20 and have 10 value sheets, all this load comes at the same time to the person. So when we try to make the adoption of AI ethical and help the way that our minds work, we have the possibility to understand more quickly for the page, to understand more quickly what our needs are. We already know they're taking our cookies, but we don't know how they use them. So AI will have the ability to use them in a way that shows us in small steps with pop-ups and a very friendly journey in the design, in the page, what we need to do at the time. So when they see our location, automatically they can, for example, arrange some filters, or they can arrange the way that are gonna travel us into this decision, make the journey into this decision. Also, with AI, we will have the ability to see what they are doing with our information. They will have the pop-ups that let us know that they took our location, our age, our other information, to create a pattern of the filters that are going to suggest us. or of the pop-ups that are gonna set us about visibility, about usability, sorry. For example, if the machine behind, if the AI understands that we have a conflict in the page, we are doing rage clicks, we cannot see what we have to do next, we don't know how to navigate into the page. If they found out this information, they can show us with UI attributes, features, they can show us what we need to do for the next step. The voice back that I mentioned in my presentation. So it helps us do the things easily and make us, they don't help us stop thinking and do everything for us. No, it has to do with the cognitive load. They help us do it one thing at a time and with an easy way.
Thank you very much. I think we better move on unless somebody has an urgent question. No. So, Sophia, thank you very much. And thank you also for a very detailed discussion afterwards. Best of luck with what's coming next. And we'll move on to the third and final presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Right, moving very fast. Vasilios Papadopoulos and colleagues are going to speak on digital deepening for cultural heritage as drivers for sustainable development, looking at the region of Peloponnese. There you are, and over to you.
Hello. My name is Vasilios Papadopoulos. Just a moment to share my share. It is okay? Okay.
Yes, but just put it on full screen, please. The little icon, bottom right-hand corner, next to the...
There. Okay.
Can you try going to the next slide so we can see if we can see your... No, we only see the first slide. So if you want, please stop sharing. And then when you select which window to share, just select your full screen, share your whole screen. So
give me 1 minute.
Yeah, screen 1, for example.
Screen 1. Just a moment, please. Excuse me for this, it's my first time.
Yes, don't worry.
It's better now.
You haven't clicked the share button. Have you clicked the share button yet? We haven't seen the screen yet.
Yes, share button.
Select screen 1 and click the share button.
Just a minute. Click 1, share button. Share.
Okay, can you try going full screen now?
Okay. It's okay?
No, we still only see the presentation. Maybe
I changed the views. Can you check it?
can you no, we still only see the first slide. So if you can, just stop the full screen. Yeah, and then click the share button. And then from the list of screens that appear, you should click the topmost one that says screen 1. Select the screen 1. That is your whole screen with a taskbar and everything. Okay, now we can see it. Now it works perfectly. Thank you very much.
Okay, excuse me for this. Okay. My name is Vasilis Papadopoulos. I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Tourism. My supervisor is the Assistant Professor Ioannis Poulios. And we will talk to you about the digital deepening experience for cultural heritage as drivers of sustainable development, case studies from the region of Peloponnese. This paper examines the role of immersive and interactive digital experiences in enhancing cultural heritage engagement and fostering sustainable local development. it is argued that immersive digital experiences do not merely constitute a technological innovation, but rather a critical strategic tool for shaping the sustainable development of local economies, whereby cultural value is transformed into social economic benefit, activating local economies, local communities. The research questions are: to what extent can we enrich digital experience, influence individuals' intention to physically visit a cultural site? How the increase in visit intention can lead into higher local consumption and local and economic activity? And finally, public or private sector. We interviewed culture and tourism stakeholders. Cultural heritage is recognized as a fundamental factor in sustainable local development. Sustainable development is not limited to a single concept, but encompasses multiple sectors such as social, economic, environmental, and cultural, which must be developed simultaneously to become sustainable for the local society. So, sustainable development becomes particularly important when it is integrated into an ecosystem of local products related to cultural consumption. Digital transformation, therefore, is one of the most important developments in the way in which cultural heritage is presented, interpreted, and communicated. The use of digital tools aims to enhance access and enrich experience. Immersive technology, which blurs the boundaries between the real and the virtual world, creates a sense of immersion in the cultural space, stimulates visitors' curiosity, fosters a deeper connection with the subject matter, and encourages active participation and learning. The theory of the experiential economy has evolved into one of the main theoretical frameworks for understanding contemporary tourism and cultural consumption. Economic value has now shifted from the provision of services and goods to the provision of unforgettable experiential experiences. The model of the experiential economy proposed by Pine and Gilmore includes 4 areas: education, entertainment, escape, and aesthetics, where all must be taken into account in the design of the experience. Through this dynamic approach, cultural tourism is enhanced by the creation of meaningful experiences that foster positive behavioral responses, such as the intention to visit and revisit the destination. My case studies is the Digital Water Museum. I want to share something else. Can I share something, another screen, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a moment. Just a moment, please. Okay, can you see the website?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. Digital Water Museum is made by the municipality of Sicyonia, which is spotted to the prefecture of Corinth. Is a typical example of the exploitation of cultural heritage at a local level. It was paid by EU financing. It is exclusively digital culture space and operates entirely in the online environment. The conception of the idea is based on the desire to highlight the historical, environmental, and social importance of water for the region through a modern and attractive narrative framework that goes beyond traditional museum practices. It was designed from the beginning as a digital and interactive environment. The aim of the creation of the Digital Water Museum is to strengthen cultural identity and collective memory, also to attract new categories of visitors through innovative digital experiences, to build an attractive cultural hub in the region, to promote cultural reserve, and finally, a strategic direction is its inclusion in the UNESCO list of digital water museums, so as to align with international standards and initiatives for the digital cultural heritage. to the homepage of the museum website, we can see that it is structured in a thematic module related to water, history, and natural environment, offering a multi-layer narrative that connects cultural heritage with contemporary experience. The 4 thematic modules are digital repository, digital applications, educational, and water cycle. The content design platform adapts a thematically organized structure, which allows for a gradual approach to information through individual modules. The non-linear navigation shifts the responsibility for organizing the experience to the user. I will go back to my testimony. I want to change the share. Okay. And the digital repository, can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. The digital repository section has 3D representation of folklore objects. It has also a historical. The second is books. The second sector is books, which gives access to historical resources. The other is 360 video tours of the region. Digital application themes are chronology, the timeline of cultural and historical evolution of the region, historical persons which are fighters of the Greek Revolution, and exhibitions, folklore objects, and digital documents related to the water and the history of Sicyonia. Another module is educational application, is content for educational reasons. It is an active learning environment. It's both for children and adults. They can discover objects that their grandparents had and learn to properly use nature's most precious resource, water. The last.
Excuse me, Mr. Papadopoulos, we don't see the slides changing again. Can you just stop and start once again, like you did the first time?
Yes. Sure.
Or you just can continue without doing full screen. Just continue with, just stop. Okay, we can see it now.
That's good.
Excuse me for this. This module is the cycle of the water, where it's an interactive simulation tool for a natural phenomenon of the water. Here we can see that the water evaporates in the sky and through clouds as rain and snow comes to earth, it melts and returns back to the sea through the rivers. To the region operates a broader cultural ecosystem, and there are more cultural institutions like Stymfalia Environmental Museum, Stymfalos Archaeological Site, and the Holy Monastery of Zaraka. The coexistence of them allows the creation of cultural initiatives. The reviews to the press, local and national, are positive and highlight the facilities of the platform. My second case study is the private digital platform named Culture App. It is a digital promotion of cultural heritage, which offers per pay interactive guided tours for tourists. They have also to their portfolio other cultural sites, and one of them is ancient Corinthos, as you see to the photo. It's based on 3D and AR technology, and as you can see here to the photos, it offers information about the monument, digital reconstruction of the monument. To the next level, it offers a 360 view of the site and the monument, and also 3D representation of the site. The tourist has as many information for the monument and the cultural site as he would wish in order to visit it. Compare the two platforms, we can see that both of them want to promote cultural heritage and connect their position with sustainable local development. The Water Museum is an open source where everyone can use it. It's non-profit model, and it seems to be mostly a hardware repository, but also has an educational environment. On the other hand, the Culture App, it has a high degree of immersion, but the access is limited and you have to pay for the product. Its multilingual ability refers mostly to foreign customers. Doing this research, we have to say that digital experiences enhance cultural engagement and increases the intention to visit the destination. The Digital Water Museum and the Private Culture App platform do not compete but support each other, as combining authentic cultural content with digital experiences helps both become more sustainable. However, a key limitation lies in the absence of a unified framework and the lack of integration with other cultural sites operating the region, which constrains their overall impact. Hybrid, physical and digital culture experience create more resilient cultural ecosystems. This integration expands accessibility, allowing users to engage with cultural content before, during, and after the physical visit. Through the interviews, we found that the number of visits to the region increased, as also local consumption. And the stakeholders believe that the digital applications help to this goal. Thank you.
Vasilios, thank you very much indeed for a very interesting transformation of how we see the sort of museum reality. Questions? Yeah.
So what I want to ask is, there's a lot of technology behind implementing everything that you've shown us, both the open access and the private application. And it's all deeply tied with culture and cultural heritage. But do you see this technological backbone that you've studied can also find use in a purely natural environment? Like instead of showing an archaeological site, showing a site of environmental value or natural beauty, and take it one step more towards nature and away from cultural identity. Do you think the knowledge that you gain through these case studies can be also applied in that area?
You mean apart from culture to the nature, to the environment?
Yes, like a beautiful spot or a national park or
Yes, I think that the immersive technology has applications to many forms of everyday life. It can be used to have to see by our home a forest or a valley, and it will give us I don't know, I don't remember the word. It has applications. It has applications, but the administrators have to combine all these features so as to have a sustainable local development, because a potential visitor would like to see before coming, I think, the territory, the region, the environment, to see what he could do as a tourist to that destination. And if he has the opportunity, as both of these platforms gives to us, to see and admire the region and feel joy of what he sees. This can be transformed to a physical visit. I don't know if I reply to your question or not.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you too. The thing that I spotted is that the open source platform, it's good, but they have not, due to finance, I think, they have not reached all the goals they wanted. Okay, they have not managed to become a member of the UNESCO Digital Museum, Water Museum. Also, they have to renew to keep up the technology because the platform to some spots is not working properly. On the other hand, the private platform, which has more financial sources, it's a startup. They work properly, and they give too many information about the site, about the history, and the culture and the monument. And it can be used either by the tourist or a local guide, a tourist guide.
Okay, thank you, Vasilios.
Thank you
Other
too.
questions? Are there any questions online? No. Okay, so there's nothing there. I think if there's nothing else, I would like to thank our three speakers again. And certainly we have been moving from what I would say the sort of the environment as such into the virtual world, as you have presented it as an opportunity in the cultural and natural space. And we'll see lots of very exciting developments there, I'm sure. I don't know, but I'm sure. And so thank you very much to our three speakers and to you, Vasilios, as the last speaker.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.